Hello everybody, let's try to do some 371 tonight. I still have to adjust because I just updated my launcher and the client, so let's get some of these levels down to where they belong. Let's see what we have here. I usually do not use combat music. I do not want audio driven camera shake. I usually set it up to medium. I don't notice any really big performance hit there. And I'm going to do this and this. But I will have to restart for it to work, so I can change to my second screen. So let's do that first. Let's quit and restart. So how's everybody doing with 3.71? Hope you're having fun and you're making money and testing all those new features and new ships. Maybe I will try tonight. I haven't used it. I haven't even seen it really on my client side. I'm gonna try the Mantis, just for starters, at least to fly it and see what's the kiwi that you use to do the quantum interdiction. From there on, maybe do a couple of missions. I still haven't done a lot of the missions in Star Citizen, and with this kind of fresh start in 3.7, 371, many people were expecting that a wipe, and it didn't happen. But I don't know, with all the problems that people are having with their loadouts and having chips with missing parts, I think they are going to wipe at some point in time during the next few days, or maybe a week or something. Let's see. So let's try to go in once again. Hope everybody has had a really great start of October. We are almost in Halloween, and we are in the last quarter of the year. So CitCon is coming up, and then Christmas will be here. Black Friday is almost here. Lots of stuff happening. What I'm looking forward, especially in CitCon, is apparently, okay, I'm gonna take out those hints. We might be getting a really good view at the Karak, for example, and maybe a new system. Once we get a second system, I think a third and fourth will be really close to each other. So I do not want cinematic cameras, I do not want vibration. I think that's it here. In controls, I usually change pitch. Flight movement, I usually do not have to change pitch. Interestingly, it is already inverted, really, which makes sense for a flight game. I'm not going to say a flight simulator, because I don't think that is what Star Citizen is, even if at some point in time it might have been pitched, pun intended, that way, but I don't think... I never saw this game becoming a real space sim or something like that. Chris Roberts that's not him. Chris Roberts is not sim. Flight sim, that's not what he is. So I was expecting some appearance of reality, but not a space flights hardcore sim. And it is not going to be that anymore, if at any time that was really the intention, because this is no longer a very limited scope game for, you know, the PC elite. And in that, that line of thought, for those who really like flight sims, it is now pitched towards a broader audience, so you definitely cannot go there. Okay, I see media at about the right level. I see my microphone seems to be working at the level I want it to. Hopefully in-game sounds will be okay. I will be checking those out. So let's go in, and I think my character should already be working. I shouldn't have to create it again. The inertial control is still playing. Diffuse playing. What happened with Citizen? He's playing, but I do not see him here. Why? Contact list. Okay, he's playing. But I do not see his server. That's weird. Okay, anyhow, I think he's not going to be playing much longer, so I am simply going to join a random server. Let's do that. Yeah, that's Port Olisar right there. That's the main hub for the game as far as the game has been working. At least since I have been playing it. I didn't play much before 3.0, but now maybe you will be able to hear it if I go in. Inside Port Olisar, people are hearing with 3.7.1 some kind of hacked audio sound that people are speculating about it. I am reading lore. There is a very interesting lore in this for this game, but I haven't read enough. I did watch an Astropop video where he was explaining his take on this sound. I am going to try and make sure to I cannot join. And make sure to try to listen to the sound. Maybe I will lower the music volume while we do that. Peter Ryder, good to see you, my man. So nice to see you online once again. You're like a rare pleasure. Yeah, man. Yeah, I haven't been able. I was going to stream yesterday, but I was really tired from a long day. So I decided to just hang out with some fellow streamers on their channels. I'm part of the night crew, and they were a good number of them were streaming, so I was there chatting with them and you know, just hanging out. I'm gonna play a little tonight. Hopefully you will accompany us. I will try to use the Mantis tonight and see how it works. If I don't get destroyed on sight, because that's what I am usually, my mindset about the Mantis is if I see a Mantis, I will shoot at it. So hopefully people are not hating the Mantis so much as I am usually mentioning. But I'm gonna try and use it, at least check it out. If I can do an interdiction, it would be great, but I don't even know how to do it. I'm not sure if there's a specific key mapping for it. Maybe it's on the graphic user interface on the HUD. Not sure, we'll see. But first of all, let's check the audio on Olisar, if the game lets me in. I haven't played 3.7.1. Oh, the Mantis, I've had it for a while. Have you used it? You can cut through it with a breadstick. Exactly, that's my impression of it. It looks fragile. It's very inexpensive, so it definitely can't have much armor and shielding. It is definitely like a squad-based ship. Very support role, very support-oriented role. I think this is an infinite loading screen. I'm gonna give it 30 more seconds. If I do not spawn at Oli, and I did erase my, there you go, I'm here. I did erase my user folder. But yeah, do you have to use some kind of key map to engage on the interdiction? I look bulky. Okay, there's no wipe. I still have my... Okay, lie down. That has been happening to me. I am not at Olisar. Oh, I wanted to listen to the new recording. Carry, inspect, get up. There we are. Yeah, I can imagine. Did you do some contact with it? Some combat with it? Wow. I am under the impression that we might not have all the assets loading. We'll see. So how was your week? It's been a week since I streamed. I streamed last Tuesday, if I recall correctly. Okay, no lighting basically, and almost frozen me. Really weird how it feels. It's laggy as hell. But I also have some... let's see, maybe I have too many screens open over here. I might have to close a couple of them if I want to be able to play. Because Chrome is a resource hog, so let's close Chrome and let's see if that makes it a little better. But I don't think that is it. Maybe because I erased my user folder, it is saving assets, which it does locally. And then later on, it doesn't have to load everything from scratch. So let's just give a little tour of the hubs here at Hurston, and then we'll go on our way. Can I make a suggestion? The background music's a little quieter? Sure, of course. Sometimes it's a little difficult because what I'm listening, what I hear over here is not the same that you hear, because I have different levels on my side. I try to use visual representation of sound on the stream using voice meter. So media is here, and it should be going no, that's my volume. Okay, let's wait until another one starts. We'll see. Yeah, what you see here, it says media, is what I'm listening over here. So it is not affecting at all what you hear over there. So yeah, I do have to change that elsewhere, not here. Okay, hopefully it will stay there. Thank you very much. I do appreciate a lot feedback on that kind of thing. And sometimes, maybe when I'm testing stuff, I get the equilibrium I want, and then I touch something while off stream, and when I get on stream, it is no longer at a reasonable level. But yeah, I only want music to be really in the background, really in the background, especially since I'm using Pretzel Rocks, which is non-copyright music, so it's not like people really get into it like, oh, I really like that song from the 80s or 90s, which is usually what gives me a more remembrance in my case. Okay, we'll see if there's no shootout at the city center. Last time I was there, yeah, it was hectic. Spaceport.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry line. Now arriving from Tisa Spaceport.
Okay, if we have a train, we're okay. Yes, we have a train. And I don't know if you have seen that on my stream, but sometimes I do get just a door opening and no train. Okay, how are we? Last time, in our last episode, okay, I'm still at 12k.
Next stop, Tisa Spaceport.
Trading missions is not something, I do not have any dedicated trading ship, you know, like a big one. So that's usually not something I can easily do. I can do it with smaller ships, smaller cargo. But I have never been able to do much missions, so if I can do a couple of missions tonight, that would be okay. Besides the Mantis, I do want to test the Mantis. I did try out the Banu Defender, and I kind of like it. I really like the style. I like the ship. Let's see what happens with the Mantis. Let's have a first impression. I'm not interested in having one, but I do get interested in having first impressions. You almost forgot. You were gonna show me my fleet last time. Yeah, at the end of the stream we were talking about that. Yeah, I know. I can see you're gonna be into expedition a lot. Karak's your biggest ship. Exactly. The Karak is my big ship. Big, considering, right? It's not small, but well, when you consider capital ships, for example, well, that's a whole other league. But yeah, my big ship will be the Karak. My plan, at least as it is now, and I'm not planning on getting more ships out of the pocket, really. Not really. We'll see what happens with the game. I think I have a big enough fleet. Unless I win a ship or someone gives me a new ship. My everyday ship there, I'm looking more like my plan is like going into the Mercury, maybe making the Mercury my everyday ship for most things. It should let me go far. It should let me do a little cargo if I want to. It has the data running aspect of it, which is its main role, right? So yeah, exploration, the Karak, for the everyday stuff, the Mercury basically, and a couple of vehicles. From that I have a little money maker there with what you could call the industry ship, a small industrial ship in the Prospector. And well, the Orient 225A is the closest thing I have right now on my fleet that can pass as a fighter, right? Okay, let's see the status of all this. I am Banu Defender. I have to claim. because I think I lost that one. I have the freelancer here. And that's it. Okay. Okay, let's take out the mantis. Let's check it out. Check the... Sometimes I don't look at it. Hunger 6. And then I have to start guessing. That is your largest, your biggest ship also, Peter? Nice. Mass Effect Andromeda fan, come on. Why do you say I should prepare myself for disappointment? What? Why? What right now I'm kind of hyped for, I'm considering, is the Outer Worlds. That game seems, it's single player, that's the only thing. But it does look fun. Have you seen it? It comes out in about, I think, on Friday, I believe, or I don't know if it's already out. Wow, yeah, it is definitely different. I don't know, it has a Star Trek feel to me. Don't you think? It's a Trekkie ship. This is one of the greatest things it has. No struts, really nice view, up or down, which should help for example, if this ship, when we had hover mode, that kind of HUD would have been really useful. That kind of, I mean, of front. Okay, cool. I don't even know how to get in. Okay, it's an elevator. And now what? Okay. The mantis is made of plastic and aluminum, and it's completely empty inside. You only got a bed and a toilet. Yeah, exactly as you say. I have seen it on people's streams and a couple of videos. So yeah, I was expecting. In Spanish there's a word that is austero. I'm not sure in English what that would be, but it is like when something is really plain. If you compare this, I did not get tired of looking at the Banu Defender. So much detail, so much work, obvious work that went into that. And you see this, well, it's another species completely, and this is a very basic ship definitely, and the price surprised many, even myself, just because I thought that this ship was going to have a niche tax, just like there is an alien tax in ships. I thought it was going to have a niche tax included, just for being the only ship right now that can do what it can do. But it shows. Its price definitely shows.
Welcome to Roberts Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Let's ask for permission before we get our ship stored.
You are cleared for liftoff.
Well, it's really very pleased minimalistic in style, both outside and inside. Yeah. On the outside, it has all this. Okay, I never.
Take off complete.
What? Thank God we do not have hover mode. That would have been fatal. I like the outside better than the inside. I can tell you that. I can definitely tell you that. Okay, let's do a little this so we can check out the animations. I haven't really been able to check it out. Hover mode, doing this, it would have been my death already. I like the outside. It's simple, but it definitely. I am a Star Trek fan. I like Star Trek. I grew up with Star Trek, you could say, and it gives me that vibe, you know. Trekkie. The inside, I really do not like. Very empty. But this ship it does what it does. Okay, so there we go. Let's ride into the sun. Visually, I can say that. It's not like I love it, but I kind of like its look outside. Inside, yeah. I think even the Mustang Beta is better. Not so much wasted space. You are not sure? Are you implying it's worth its price, meaning it's cheap? Yeah. What I mean is that it feels cheap. If you see the amount of detail, the size, and the emptiness it has, I am guessing that out of that, what, 135? It's about the price, 130, 135. Maybe the ship is worth 80, 75, maybe even less. And the quantum interdiction device might be at least half of the price. That's what I would say. Because if you compare it to, for example, let's say Mantis, a Hawk. It's Hawk, the bounty hunting ship. I think that ship is 100 and it was 90 originally. The Arrow is 70. The Gladius is what, 90? The 325A is 70, I believe. I would say that this ship should be somewhere around there on its own. 70, 75. But the quantum interdiction device makes up for the rest of the price, in my opinion. It's got very unique sounds. It really does feel like a mantis, the insect. That's good, and that is very important. I think they have been doing really big efforts towards sound. The Banu Defender also have very specific sounds for the ship. So they have been paying attention to sound. And I will make a reference, for example, to many people talk about DICE, and people know that DICE makes Battlefield, but they have been doing video games for decades now. And I remember that the first DICE game I played was a pinball game. I think it was Pinball Fantasies. I don't remember. I think I played more than one pinball game from DICE. And one of the things they had, or at the time, was that the sounds of the game were impressive for what was available then, space-wise, hardware-wise, speaker-wise. So those guys have always made an effort to nail down the sounds. And I can say this, Battlefield has had its ups and downs, but if you listen to the sounds in game, except for when they have these glitches like in the past few games, there are they usually fix it, but there have been a couple of times where you are having trouble knowing where people's footsteps come from. But if you listen to the explosions, the weapons, the music, all the mix of the sounds inside Battlefield games, they are really, really good, better than most. So making that comparison with Star Citizen, I do believe that people at CIG are paying a lot of attention to sound, because sound is very important to immerse you into the game. In the end, you don't notice, but it is there and it is doing its job. And the best way to do its job is by you not noticing it, really. Okay, it has good maneuverability and acceleration, like the anvil arrows. Oh, that's good. You bought it so you could turn your starter pack into LTI. That was the main goal, and that's why I asked you last week about it, because you were the first one to mention it, and we had a podcast in Spanish almost 2 weeks ago, and there was doubt about it because CIG has been changing a couple of the ways some of the ships are working inside the store. You know, the pledge store minigame. And there were doubts about if you could upgrade Aurora to a Mantis, if that LTI Mantis worked as an LTI token. But you did say that you can upgrade that LTI Mantis, and that's perfect. That's the perfect way to upgrade your starter package to LTI. So that's how it's supposed to work, but they are making a couple of exceptions. I think they are testing the ground to start giving a little less options, because that will have to happen when the game goes gold. If you want to check out the sound, you should go full burn and use the space brakes. Let's do that. Junkyard, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, man. How's your GPU? Yeah, they definitely sound differently to how most do. Wow, and it does accelerate fast. Okay, let's brake completely. And let's... Wow. That was fast. Definitely fast. Impressive. It reaches top speed really fast. Good to know. This is a ship that should be able to have the ability to escape, because it will not stand a fight. Usually, it's not a fighter. I expect the Mercury Star Runner to be kind of like this. We'll see. It is a bigger ship, but it should also be able to escape under certain circumstances, because it will have to work out its magic with data and get out of there. The Mercury Star Runner is not going to be a fighter, and that's a ship I will have to get to learn its insides and outs. You got a 970 GTX for free of someone, so wow, nice. Good option, at least for now. So half as good as what I had, but way better than what I was using, which was a 98 GTX. So when your graphics card stopped working, you had a 9800 replacement, but then someone came into rescue and gave you a 970. With the 970, you can play the game. You can definitely play the game from inside the ship. Yeah. Good to know, young girl. Good to know. You're back. That's the whole point. You can fight with that one. Hence, speed and maneuverability. You have tried to fight with it several times, even by diverting all power to shields. 4 hits and it was dead. Ow. Ouch. Okay, let's check the HUD. Is this? Oh, no. But your process is gonna get me a 2080 Super soon. Wow, a 2080 Super sounds really good. Nice. Very nice. I hope you get it soon, man. And you can sit on the toilet. That works? Okay, I'll try it out. I'm gonna try out this ship. I am definitely going to. Okay, I'm going. It seems like I'm going down. So let's do this. Okay, I think I am not out of ammo. I don't know why, but it would seem like this is altitude. I already burned 10%, well 9% of my fuel. And okay, it has fixed and gimbal. Okay, these weapons do not have auto gimbal apparently, I guess. Citizen Tech, hermano, bienvenido al canal, muchas gracias por el raid. Estuve viendo hasta bastante y luego tuve que cerrar el browser porque se me queda la máquina sin recursos, pero bienvenido Citizen. ¿Cómo terminó ese stream? Guys, do give a follow to Mr. Citizen Tech there, who is silent right now, but the moment he speaks there should be a shout out for him. If he doesn't speak, I will give a shout out to him. He's part of Skynet, the Spanish-speaking group of streamers. I was playing with him last time, but tonight he started too early. I couldn't join, and I knew that he was almost finishing his stream, so I couldn't. There you go. That's Citizen Tech. Give him a follow. Y bienvenidos señores, todos los que vinieron desde el canal de Citizen Tech, un placer tenerlos por acá. Estuve por allá un ratito viendo al ciudadano Eslock y bueno, pensé en irlo a ayudar, pero inclusive cuando entré al stream no me aparecía la opción de unirme al servidor de Citizen. Por alguna razón no me aparecía, no estoy seguro por qué. Así que vine a darme una vueltita acá a la Mantis, que no la había usado. La tenía en el hangar y no la había usado, ¿no? Por ahora estamos saliendo de Hurston. Como no hubo wipe en la 371, pues entonces tenemos acá el Ratael. Muchas gracias por ese follow, bienvenido. Ahí estuvimos chateando un poquito en el canal de Citizen. Gusto verte por acá y siempre bienvenido. Vamos a echarle un pequeño vistazo a la... Vamos a comenzar el stream con la Mantis, a ver qué es lo que hay acá. el señor Peter Ryder me ha estado dando sus impresiones porque él tiene una. Él hizo la prueba, por si acaso tenían la duda, eso lo hablamos en el último directo de Skynet, en donde había la duda de que si agarrabas un paquete de inicio, un paquete de un starter pack de Aurora, y lo hacías upgrade al LTI de la Mantis, si esa Mantis la podías entonces usar como un token. Y Peter Ryder me confirma que él puede subir la Mantis a otras cosas como LTI, así que realmente es una buena movida para quien tiene una Aurora como paquete de inicio y de esa manera convertir su paquete de inicio en un paquete LTI, ¿no? O sea, es algo bien raro, es algo que no sé si yo lo había visto, ¿eh? Sé que existen paquetes LTI, pero no había visto que pudieras tú convertir con una opción abierta al mercado. Obviamente tienes que es Warbond, ¿no? Tienes que meterle plata, pero subirla a la Mantis y de ahí entonces tienes tu paquete de inicio con LTI. El señor Peter Ryder me lo confirma. You wish the ship had unique interfaces, but oh well, maybe in the future. Yeah, and you know, if I'm going to tell you one thing that might disappoint, at least on my from my point of view from the Banu Defender, is that definitely the interface for the pilot, I expected it to be a little different. I don't know, different, alien, different, but it looks like, well, maybe it was done by human technology so that the interface was more useful to humans, because we do have a little our physiology is a little different to the other species. For example, the Banduls are super tall and that kind of thing, but maybe that's the reason. I'm sorry, Peter, your Mantis is not or is now an LTI prospector. Panic Attack, welcome, thank you for the follow. Okay, your Mantis is now an LTI prospector. So you tested the Mantis and then you stopped. You had your taste of the Mantis and then you got your prospector. The prospector is going to be a very useful ship, at least for the start, to get a couple of UECs. Yeah. I thought that now made sense, but I still wanted to ask. Don't worry. That happens a lot to me when I am watching. It happens a lot when I'm watching Citizen Tech. Many times I watch his streams from cell phone, and when I'm chatting from the cell phone, and on the cell phone I use swipe. I don't know if you have used it, where you write, basically swiping your finger all over the screen and the keyboard. And prediction obviously has a part of that takes place there, and my prediction sometimes works. It's magic. You can confirm that the LTA carries on with the next upgrade. Ahí está, Peter Ryder nos confirma que definitivamente él ya lo hizo, no solamente se fijó que se podía. La Mantis que él tenía que era una Aurora convertida a Mantis LTI, entonces ya la convirtió en una Prospector LTI, así que ya está confirmado que de hecho la secuencia de actualización o de mejora desde una Aurora, un paquete de Aurora básico de, creo que te daban 3 o 6 meses de garantía, se puede convertir definitivamente en una nave obviamente superior a la Aurora. Bueno, de hecho, Mantis o superior LTI. Thank you, Peter. That's I supposed that was the way it was going to work, but there were doubts. We had to see it. Okay, I'm almost out of atmosphere or not. A little more speed. A little more angle also, because we were like at 20. I don't know if I missed something, or maybe I got a late alert. Was that panic attacks alert? Lately, Streamlabs has been a little slow on my side. But thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias por estos follows, señores. Y bienvenidos. Cualquier pregunta pueden hablar en español, los que estén en el canal y no quieran o no hablen inglés, con confianza pueden hablar en español, pregunten, hablen y no hay problema, ¿eh? Okay. Do we have anything different here? Engine, full drive. What else do we have here? Exit. Ajá. Ok, the red button, obviously. El botón rojo obviamente es el de la interdicción cuántica. So this is the button you use for quantum interdiction. Is there a shortcut? Like, okay, let's go to advanced. Maybe it should be weapons. No. Movement. Defensive? No. Okay, it doesn't seem like there is a shortcut for that. Let's see the image. Because we do have a mining key, which is M, and only works for the prospector. He's also own a new Under Armour suit along with a unique new helmet. Calva helmet, I believe is the name. I don't because I played with my store credit. So I do not have the Warbond extra items. You only get that if you go Warbond with the Mantis. All you need is voice attack to simulate an AI and you're good to go. I do have a voice attack with 3 different AIs. And I really like them. And Citizen Tech has an AI that he uses with voice attack, but it's of his own creation in Spanish. But he's waiting to let it out of his system because it is too early. It is too early, and he doesn't want to. He's not going to keep on sending out updates, which is what will happen if anybody gets its hands on the AI. But I do have 3 AIs with voice attack, and I really like it. But I will have to try it off stream and see if it works. I was having trouble. I don't know if you use it, but for example, with my microphone, you know that the C key is cruise control, okay? And I think I cannot find a key for the quantum thing here. I'm not going to even try. I'm going to use the graphic interface. But sometimes voice attack, although I could maybe just disable that one, voice attack was registering something as mode. And if you say mode on voice attack, it enables C, it enables cruise control. And that wasn't happening in earlier versions. It started happening, I don't know, mid 3.6, I think. And I stopped using it because it was with hover mode. It was terrible. Can you imagine how many times I had it all under control, and suddenly my mic was registering mode, and my chip would change to cruise control? It was a nightmare. So I simply stopped using voice attack. But I do have it, and I do love voice attack. If you use it, tell me what AIs you use. You made your own? Yeah, I suppose. The good thing about the HCS voice packs is that they do a lot of the footwork for you. You buy those profiles and you get, you know, like a lot of commands at your disposal. And the interaction, the first one I got was Orion, who is and his partner. That's why you recommend a personal profile. And also, they were more customizable before. Now, HCS kind of closed the door to customization. I could show it at some point in time if you're interested. Earlier, like up until 3.4, 3.5, I think that the change was from 3.4 in Star Citizen concepts. Between 3.4 and 3.5, HCS changed the way it works. Their profiles are shipped, and we were able to do more customization before. Now, many commands are really they are locked. You cannot edit them. You can disable them, but you cannot go in and change them. If you want to do something custom, you have to create a secondary profile and then link the main profile to the secondary one, you know, like do like kind of a trick. But they have improved the way the profiles update. For example, now it's not manual. Now whenever there is a new profile, voice attack, when it starts, the profile checks if there is an update and auto updates. Earlier, we had to manually uninstall, reinstall, we had to make a backup before, that kind of thing. And you bought a robotic female one. Yes. Yeah, I have seen that, I have heard that one. I have Orion, I have Vasco. Wow, 75% fuel. I should start planning my route here. And I have Karina. And Karina is Marina Sirtis from Star Trek. The Next Generation in this case. Troy, Diana Troy. Okay, we are at Horston. Maybe people like to go to Magda. Let's say people like to go to Magda. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a jump. I don't know if this is how it works, but I'm going to start a jump while we chat. And I'm going to stop midway, or at least a little after I jump. I start the jump.
Auto drive is now on.
Okay, let's see
Is now on.
how far I went. Okay, I am not close to orbit. What if I do this and then I break? Ratael, listo para dormir, cómo no. Muchas gracias, amigo. Gracias por ese follow. Y bueno, lo malo es que sí, la verdad normalmente yo hago mis directos un poco tarde para la hora de la mayoría de nuestros países. Así que bueno, si algún día vas a madrugar, con confianza te pasas por el canal y hablamos de cualquier cosa ahí. Hablar de Star Citizen siempre es interesante. Muchas gracias por este follow y que descanses. Okay. What happens if I push the red button? What else do we have? Do we have something else? No. UED on. What happened there? ¿Qué pasó ahí? Okay, when I do QED on, it opens up. Is that what happens? Okay, let's see. Let's change again. QED off. Okay, that's all it does. There's a spoiler to interdiction. Tell me, Peter, you have already done the homework. Give me the spill those beans. Okay, so that's what QED does. QED on exposes the interdiction core, right? Perfect. Now, if I do Q snare charge, it starts doing that, and then because it changed to cancel. Okay, from the inside, it's not much. You barely even notice. Quantum snare ready. Okay, and then what? You do... Okay, initiate. Okay. Oh, I just used it and already I'm a criminal. I don't have... There's no sheep around here, right? Just for using it. If you do it in UE monitor space, you automatically get a criminal stat, a crime stat. It doesn't have... You don't even have to snare anyone. If you stand up from your pilot seat after you engage quantum travel, you can't get interdicted. And that also works for this one? Because yeah, that was a tip I received for trying to avoid NPC interdictions. And I think it was Citizen Tech who gave me that tip. So it also works. Well, it makes sense that it would also work for these ones. In 3.6, I believe, it also, I don't know if you ever did it, but if you turned off, when you sensed that you were being interdicted, if you turned off your engines, I believe, before you got interdicted, that also worked, and you would stop, but you would stop before reaching the interdictors, if you know what I mean. That was also a trick. I don't know if that still works. What happens if I do another quantum? Do I get another bar? So what we just watched, was that ship interdicting all that time? All the while we were there? Or just when the explosion happened? For that specific amount of time? Now it's cooling, so I have to wait until I can do it again. And my hydrogen fuel is at 61. Why am I spending fuel? You got a question for me. Is it true that the ship gets on fire when you approach a planet with oxygen, nitrogen, atmosphere? I have no idea. Are you talking about real life, or are you talking about Star Citizen? Oh, Oh, you mean the re-entry effects that we used to have when we were going into the atmosphere? Is that what you're asking? That used to happen. That used to happen, but no more, not anymore. I think I have a couple of... I should have an image of that I should be able to show you. Give me just a minute. Of how it looked, because I know that you did tell me that you stopped playing for a while, and I think I even have one with the Prospector, which is a ship you own. So I think that would be nice to see. Here it is. See? On approach, this is what happened, and that effect looked a little different from ship to ship, but basically, and you could see that from inside the cockpit. So that is missing now. People were saying that changed after the flight system changed in 3.6, but it didn't come back, and the flight system is almost back to before 3.6. The flight system 2.0 is basically out, hover mode is dead, basically. So this effect here is what would usually happen. I have another one, let's try this one. Is this one? No, the next one. This is a Starfarer, for example, and this is how it looked when you entered atmosphere earlier. That was before 3.6. But almost during the whole 3.0 era, 3.x era, 3.0 to 3.5, with the new flight system in 3.6, this stopped happening, and it is not back. It was a really nice effect, and I have a couple of sprint screens that at the moment seemed like something we were going to have forever. Maybe it will come back, but yeah, right now we do not have it. Oh, you're only 1 month in the game? Wow, and you're already 1500. Okay, that's why then. I thought I must be confusing you, the comment with someone else who said that they were coming back from not looking or not getting Star Citizen on their sites for a while. But yeah, what you saw there is how it used to be when you approached, and that is just a... I might have some video for that, but you can certainly find some of it on internet. That is a still image, but the effect when it was in motion was really nice. Was really nice. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. They haven't. I haven't heard. They do talk a lot in their shows, and sometimes their shows are like 1 hour long, and I don't always watch them all. So they may have mentioned what happens with that. What I think might happen is an explanation that they have given for several different situations, where when they introduce new stuff, and I'm gonna say stuff just to do a general description of it, when they introduce new stuff, it affects things that were working earlier, and it takes a little time to get those fixed. I don't think they really want to get rid of this. I don't think Chris Roberts wants to get rid of something like this, because he loves that kind of stuff. It's really cinematic and visual. But maybe they are trying to fix it, or another thing that could be happening, and that could be it. And you cannot compare, and so you won't notice because you have been only playing for a month. Is that if you compare, and you can hear this comment from people who have been playing for a while, if you compare the amount of detail you see on Choose Your Venom a ship, a planet, a moon, a structure like, for example, a space station or a rest stop. If you compare the detail, if you do this, let's go out of the sea and take the opportunity to check out of course, to turn off my light and to check out all the mantis. People really get into, checking out the details, like, what does it say there? Right? People do that with everything. Some people, at least. I do it from time to time. I like to look at details from time to time. If you do that in any surface on the game, it has changed. Previously, especially it is especially noticeable with people who have big rigs. I don't play in high quality, but some people have really big rigs, and you will notice the difference in quality from 3.6 on compared to before that. And I believe they are trying to economize to make it easier on all systems, their systems and maybe even client systems. So, although I don't think client systems are their main focus, but on their own systems, so that the performance is a little better. So if you have less resolution or less details, you will get a little better performance. That's usually the rule, and I think they are doing a lot of that. That might be also the reason why they might have decided to maybe disable a couple of those effects for the time being, because I don't think it is going to stay there. The toilet is behind me. Okay, there's the bed. Oh yeah. This is the lift. Let's check it out. It never opened. Let's do it again. Okay, it is my... You said it worked. It doesn't work on my mantis. I'm gonna have to file an insurance claim on my restroom. Yeah, that door is completely glitched. But I kind of was able to check it out. It's just that it is not opening, not really. It changes state because now it says open, but it doesn't do it. So let's close it. Okay, that must be part of the interdiction system. It might be the server. Yeah, it might be the server. When things start behaving like this, many times it's time to change servers. But right now I'm not doing anything that will break. I'm just exploring the mantis. Proximity comms. Okay, it seems like it is catching my... Is it catching my voice? How is it configured? Operating system default, mute microphone no, microphone volume, voice over IP. Okay, I do have to press something. What do I have to press? On foot. Okay, let's do this. It should be here. Numpad plus. Okay. Although it doesn't say here, but apparently Numpad plus Okay, Numpad Plus enables my microphone. Not sure if it's picking up, but we'll have to try when we go to a station or something. We got a more difficult question for you. No, sure. Shoot. If I know, I will answer. I will definitely answer. Okay, let's see what happens if I fire it up again. Let's charge. The effect is really cool. Have you watched the latest Star Trek series? That kind of looks like that. The only thing that's missing is the ship twisting before jumping and warping somewhere else. Okay, it's charging. It's ready. And initiate. It does look cool. So as you have mentioned, you have already invested quite a lot in the game with a specific goal in mind, trying to fill in every role according to a chart that's been released by CIG in 2017 about ship careers and roles. You're waiting for season 3, yeah, we are. Star Trek Discovery, yeah. I'm also waiting for The Expanse. I don't know if you have watched that one, but that one is cool. But yeah, I like, many people, as usual, there are people on both sides of that argument, but I do like Star Trek Discovery with the tardigrades. Okay, quantum snare activated means that while I am doing this, as long as I am doing this, if anybody comes this way, they should get interdicted. That's what I understand. Okay, is this having any effect on any of my systems? Power. My shields are at 100%. My hydrogen fuel is at 45. I'm gonna have to abort this mission soon. Junkyard is on my server. Let's check out chat. Let's see what they're saying. We are many. Let's give some obscure references to people. Let's see. Okay, so some chips have redundant roles or roles you can fill in with workarounds. For example, would you buy a dropship knowing that if the definition of dropship is the ability to transport military vehicles and soldiers, the Karak can potentially do that? Okay, that's a good question. And feel free to share your fleet with me, Peter. I'm interested to know what your investment has been. From my point of view, okay, I think I still have 40% fuel, and I'm moving. Now I'm not moving. Or would you buy a freight ship like a Caterpillar knowing that you can store a lot of cargo in it? Sorry, knowing that you can store a lot of cargo in the Karak. Okay, what numbers what happens with what's the last number you saw on the storage capacity for the Karak on the website? Because I don't think the Karak is going to have even close to the capacity that the Caterpillar has, for example. I don't think it will be the case. But speaking first about the dropship, yes, the Karak is not going to be a small ship by any means. Not small is not going to be the definition of it. It is going to be a biggish ship. But a dropship should not only be able to carry a military contingent, towards the front line, because that is usually what the dropship is. The dropship will basically carry troops to where they are needed, not to the base. It's going to carry it to the front line. So I am expecting a dropship to be really, really either heavily armored or heavily shielded, and even have a couple like right now the closest thing I can think about. Well, we do have a Vanguard, which is a dropship, I believe, and you could say that sometimes what's that ship that came out of concept directly into the verse? Not the Hammerhead. There's another ship that has turrets, or at least a mounted gun on the doors, right, with some covering. So, and I think it's going to be the Redeemer, that is also going to be a dropship. I'm not sure if the Spiria is going to be one, but yeah, that ship should be able to carry troops to the front line and get a good number of hits before they drop out, and cover for those troops while they are dropping out until they get to cover or advance, and then lift off and maybe either go or give some more support from the air for ground operations. I do not think the Karak would be able to do something like that. Maybe in a really smaller scale, the Cutlass, maybe the Cutlass could, kind of do that at some point in time. Carry a certain number of troops. It has 6 seats in the back, if you see the Cutlass, and it has a turret. At least it has a turret that could kind of cover, at least if you're not too close to the ship, and people can get out of the ship from the sides and from the back fast. But I don't think something like the Karak. So I do think that there is a good role there for dropships, for ground operations, but only if you're interested in that kind of gameplay. I don't think you can replace it with a Karak, for example. The Prowler, yeah, that's the one. And the Valkyrie, that's the name I was trying to remember. Exactly. Those ships are designed for that, and I think that is going to be a role that is going to be important and can't be really filled easily by another one. You just have to decide which one suits your gameplay style, or you can afford, maybe, because that's also the case with these kind of things. And about the Caterpillar, yeah, it's a different ship. It's a completely different ship. Because the Karak, I don't think it's going to have that much. I think they had a placeholder size there with 1,000 SCUs, I believe, the last time I read, but I don't think it's going to have 1,000. I doubt it. Remember that well, I won't say remember. That ship has changed sizes several times, and one of those changes was different to most. Many ships have grown, and the Karak was growing in design, and they suddenly decided to scale it down again because it was growing out of proportion. And yeah, it was a Prowler. In small parts, so that doesn't make a dropship's role unique. A unique role is a bomber. Only a bomber can deploy torpedoes. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, yeah. It's not that defined. That is true. For quantum travel interdiction or EMP Avenger Warlock, Prisoner Cells, Avenger Stalker, those are unique. The Nautilus is a mine layer. Yeah, but I think those are more defined roles. But you can compare a couple of let's see if refuel is working. I doubt it, but let's see if it works. Let's try. No. L1. Let's try L1. You could kind of say that about a couple of ships. I'm gonna give you another example. This is what. Do you know what? Do you remember the role of this ship? Same question. Touring ships. Would you invest? No. That was fast. No, I would not invest in touring ships. That is not my game style, my gameplay style. I don't see myself doing it. I see myself boarding friends' ships. I will not always want to be the pilot of my ship. I might want to be the pilot of one of your ships, or I might want to maybe accompany you on your ship and be just a gunner or just a passenger. So I do want to have the experience of going from time to time, because of different circumstances, into what you could call touring ships. But I am not interested at all in getting a touring ship. I am not. I am definitely that's not something that interests me. For example, the 890 jump, I think it is a very nice ship, but I wouldn't buy one at all. You can, yeah, definitely. You know what ship I like for touring, Peter? The 85X. Have you seen that one from Origin? It is a two-seater. It is like a space taxi. If you have a girlfriend or wife or whatever with you, for example, or a good friend, the 85X has two seats. It's a small Origin ship, side by side. I had one and I melted because I needed the credits. I do have it on buyback, and you can fly in that ship with two people, side by side, just for touring. It will not have a long range of operations, but you should be able to quantum inside a system for the most part. That's the only touring ship I like, and it is $50. So, not 890, for example. I got interdicted. If you have an interdiction... Oh, they got me. It didn't work. Okay, let's try to fight. If I die... Okay, let's see. I'm going to do... Oh, they're firing at me. It's a Buccaneer. Ow. One hit. Okay, let's see. We can do this. This is a Cutlass Black. Oh, and these guys hit hard from close range. So let's avoid the turret. The turret on the Cutlass Black will really mess you up. There you go. That one. Okay, Mantis 1, Ninetales 0. I'll be right back. But I was do check out my question, my initial question. Do you remember the role for this ship? The name of the role? Ah, don't jump it. Wow. There's another one. Another Buccaneer. Ah, I'm in trouble.
Shields. Front shields.
So, this is an interdiction ship, for example. Ow. And the 325A is also, an interdiction ship. So, what does the 325A has that makes it an interdiction ship? Because that's the role that if you look at it at the pledge store, that's what it says. Really weird. I would expect it to have one of these devices, for example. Ow, I'm gonna die. I want to take at least one more. Ah, you didn't like that, did you?
Front shields damaged. Stand by for shields. Shields are shields max.
No shields. Uh-oh. How am I missing? How is he not dead? Ouch. I can't move. I cannot move. I'm dead. I'm going to interdict you before I die. Are we ready? Will they kill me before? Ah, I died. I wanted to do a QED before I died. Okay, let's read. Let's read. He says this, and he's gonna get an 890 jump and then have it take a very slow trip along the surface of the tropical planet as he lays out on the deck in some big luxury chair, smoking cigars and drinking as he kicks back. Everything was pretty close, Junkyard, except the cigar. I do not smoke. I do not smoke. Best place for a wife is in the cargo section with 2 airlocks between you and locked doors. But I didn't only mention wife. I gave a couple other options, so... Oh, something strange I've noticed these past few days. If you go to the Play Store and inspect the Mantis, it says military stealth. Oh, it changed. They have used that stealth word a couple times already, and it happened with the arrow, if I recall correctly. The arrow was initially how could you say it? Featured as a stealth fighter, and they had to change it pretty quick. The one thing I can say is the arrow is a small ship, so it should have a small signature. It no longer has two shield generators, so it should have an even smaller signature, and it is really hard to hit because it is a small ship, and especially if it is if you see it from a side. So as stealth goes, that is maybe, and it is a dark ship because it is kind of dark, but it is not a stealth ship, so that may change. That might change. Bad idea? What? Dogfighting? We're way over our heads. You remember they having a lot tougher in 3.70. What happened? Even they were not even firing at me. There were 3 ships. Not all of them were firing. All due respect, orange ships are not for me. I'm also not a fan of orange ships. But the good thing about the 85X is that it is one of the cheapest orange ships. I think the only one that is a little cheaper are the 100 series. So that I would say that is my favorite ship from Origin, the 85X. I do have a 325A because I wanted to. I am not really a dogfighter, so I wanted to have something that could kind of go into that direction, but still had some of the basic comfort features, which is it is not only a cockpit, it does have some living space, it has a bed, that kind of thing. The origin ships got that border face. Well, you really need to upgrade those weapons for starters. Yeah. But I think I heard that part of the problems that people have been having. I don't know. Correct me if you haven't seen that. But as far as I understand, one of the bugs that people have been having. Oh, and because it was not law enforcement, I did not lose my crime stat, right? People have been having the problem that their ships are coming out without engines or without parts, and I don't know if that has been proven or if it's just a theory, but it seems like it is happening to people who are changing loadouts right now in Arena Commander or in the PU, and then they get the hey Junkyard, if you're playing on my server and you want to join on my and do something, just tell me. But it seems that the bug that is happening might be linked to changing loadouts right now. You're gonna make another observation here. Same rules chart from 2017, Pathfinder versus Expedition. They made that distinction. That distinction did not exist before 2017, in fact. And the reason, well, this is all like conspiracy theories, right? But we have to understand my point of view about some of the decisions that are made. Some might have to do with game design, the game they want to design, this game. We do not know everything. We definitely do not have access to all the information and all their plans, and that makes sense. That's how businesses work, not just video games. But there is also the true situation that right now the game is pretty much basing its funding on ship sales. So giving personalities to ships, you know, trying to sell you what you are saying, those roles, and telling you this ship is going to have this specific role and it will be great for that, as opposed to the rest that could try but are not going to be. That is part of what fuels, and you know it, if you have already invested, what fuels fans into getting and playing the Pledge Store minigame. So yeah, I think that sometimes it feels like they're overpopulating the universe with ships and roles, but that's a good example. They initially only had exploration, and then on that document that you're referring to, which explained several different roles, they mentioned exploration with two different variants, Pathfinder and Expedition, and they gave examples, saying, for example, that the Terrapin is a Pathfinder, and Karak would be Expedition. Oh, okay, this is law enforcement, so I will need to clear my... That should clear my crime stat, right? We'll see. Yeah, the Pathfinder is a smaller vessel. The Pathfinder supposedly should have less range and should not be considered a ship that is used to do what the Enterprise does, to explore strange new worlds and new civilizations. No. The Pathfinder, as far as I understand what they are trying to sell it as, is that kind of ship that will go through a quantum, a jump point. That's the term in Star Citizen. That goes through a jump point, a known jump point. It doesn't have to be a new one, a known jump point. But you know, or you think that on the other side, the other system, there's going to be something waiting. Not necessarily right at the entrance, but you know that there are criminals, you know that there is law enforcement, you know that there is a military force or paramilitary force on the other side, and you're trying to find out where they are, who they are, what they have. I think that's kind of what like a scout, you know, not necessarily exploring, but scouting, just checking out and getting a good glimpse of wherever you want to go, or whatever you're trying to protect from, depending on the situation, and bringing back that information. That is basically what I understand, and I can see a difference, because I can see, like the Enterprise, they do not consider themselves a military ship, but I would say that pathfinding is more into the military role. That's what my impression of it, at least of that specific definition. Why do I have to lie down and then get up if I am already lying down? Let me read. That means buying a Terrapin while owning a Karak is pointless. Do you agree? Well, that's exactly the comparison. I think no. I think the Terrapin is going to be that the kind of ship that I'm going to use mostly on a military setting, and the Karak is not a ship I am planning to use on a military setting. More of a civilian exploration role. So yeah, no, I really, specifically in that kind of gameplay, I do see a difference. Get the first 2.8 ISC. I can hang for a bit. My nephew wants to play a round of Dota in about... Oh, don't worry. You know, you do know that. And my family, my girlfriend, anybody who knows me knows. And sometimes that's why I don't get into streaming or playing, because if I do not have, seriously, I don't know, maybe I'm sick, maybe I'm weird, but if I do not have at least 2 whole hours to play, and it doesn't have to be Star Citizen, it can be Battlefield, it could be Elder Scrolls Online, which I also play. I am playing a Ragnarok online game, which is kind of old. If I don't have 2 hours, at least 2 whole hours to play, I do not go in. I do not play. Unless it is like, you need me to help you with something really fast, and I might do it, get in and get out. But if I am planning to play, if I do not have 2 hours, I don't go in. I simply don't go in, and it's okay. I will do it some other time. So don't worry, Junkyard. Sure, we will have a chance to play. I haven't played Dota. I should try it out. Peter, right, there's something to be said for risk versus reward when it comes to the character and the terrapin. You might use the terrapin for the initial investigation, and if things look promising, you would bring in the character for the full-on search. Like a scout for exploration, I guess. Yeah. I see the Pathfinder role more into the scouting. That word, scout. But we have the terrapin in game, and we're going to have the Karak in game, but we still do not have much gameplay for that, so we'll see. This is just theory crafting around what has been said and what we understand, right? But I think that's kind of the difference. Also, I like the terrapin. I have always liked that ship. I just don't have budget to have one on my fleet, but if I could, I would have a terrapin. That little turtle, I like it. Another thing that the terrapin is going to... It was a military ship in lore. It was a military ship. So its main... Besides its sensors, one of its main defining characteristics is armor, apparently. It should have really good armor. And it's not armor just for being able to withstand enemy fire. The terrapin should be able to also go into really harsh environments. Let's say planets that are closer to the sun, whichever system it is, closer to the sun, for example, or maybe planets that have really acid atmospheres, or maybe we will see some kind of volcanic planet in the future, or moons, whatever. The terrapin should be able to kind of withstand, at least for longer than most other ships, and do its reconnaissance, or even do some kind of rescue missions in that kind of environment. So yeah, the terrapin specifically also has an alternate role in that under those circumstances, because I think the freelancer there is also a Pathfinder, isn't it?
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter.
Okay, more questions. Sure, Peter, sure. I really like to have these conversations and this exchange of ideas, because even though you have only been in the project for less than 2 months, you have been doing your research, I can see. And you have probably already read more than I have. You also would use the terrapin as a bird dog for the Karak. Sending a big ship into unknown places at random would be both costly and risky. That's true, Junkyard. That's true. The Karak is supposedly, and the Karak also has kind of a military background, as far as I understand. Ooh, train. We got it. Terrapin looks really cool on the outside. Once again, on the inside, it's kind of empty. That's a good comparison. It kind of looks like the terrapin, like the mantis, but I like the share, the central share on the terrapin, right there in the middle. Like it's like like Darth Vader's share, all on its own, just for the equipment, for the sensors. It is true. It is almost the same concept. A really empty ship. But it is kind of that. I think it was designed to be like that from the start. You can imagine a turtle shell and, you know, emptiness inside, basically, and the cockpit. and just to share. And it is a one-man ship, so even though you can go out on a mission with 2 people, that ship is designed to be operated by just one. So you go through the quantum, through the jump point, you park on the side of an asteroid, turn down everything else, change seats, and go and turn up your sensors and just check things out, and then go back with whatever information you get. So yeah, that could be interesting. I do like the turbine. I was convinced that was a ship I was going to get until I was able to get the Karak. And now there's no space on my wow. We should go with those guys. He's got a lot of weapons. The moment I get into the ship, they will kill me, so I'm not going to go. Main thing you do with those 2 ships would be the terraplane goes into the system first, scans for hostiles, and then checks out each planetary body with a single scan and quick eyeball. Okay, so roles I haven't been able to fill in just yet. Agriculture. Okay, so when you get your next around 1,000 or 1,500 bucks allocated for Star Citizen, I think you should start considering an Endeavor. The Endeavor is a modular ship, and it might fill a couple of the gameplay styles you're lacking. Let's see what you have. The only current option is the Endeavor. There you go. And I would have agreed to it if they sold it for $350. Later I found out it comes with modules, and you're supposed to buy those individual modules separately. That raising modules not included. That raising the price to $500, minimum to $900 with all the modules. Exactly. What a shame. Yeah. Many people got into those ships, into many ships early on, and the pricing was different. So many people do have those. Now it is a little more expensive, or a lot more expensive, but yeah, those are really expensive ships. One really expensive ship that can behave as several. If the area checks out and looks good, otherwise I'd bring in the Karak. You don't want to go for that anymore. Well, I will say this. I think there are several brackets that are not filled yet with enough ships. Some of those brackets will not have like 10 or 15 different ships doing the same thing, but in the long game we should get options for every role, I would think. So, for example, there's the Pioneer. The Pioneer is okay. I have a dancing fellow up there. Hey. He's on TV. Okay, let's claim. The Mantis. But yeah, the Pioneer should let you create bases or some kind of infrastructure on planetary surfaces. I suppose planets and moons. That's also an expensive ship. That's not one of the most, the cheaper ones. But only that ship can do that role that has been at least, that the concept has been pitched, right? But I am pretty sure that we're going to see at least 1 or 2 more of those in the future. Also, in lore, there is mention about ships that can do mining, ships that can do agricultural things, even from other races, including the Bandul. So I think that's where it's going. Right now, those are the options, and if my prediction would be that not every ship is going to be huge. So at some point in time, maybe something smaller than the Endeavor is going to be enabled so that you can do that on a planetary area, maybe. Like the ship only generates the, I don't know, the little dome that you need for agriculture, if that is the case on that planet. President Freeman, doing cargo runs? No, I was checking out the Mantis, and I stopped in the middle of the road from Hurston to Magda, but nobody came around. So I tried to go back to Hurston, got interdicted and killed by pirates. And then because I did enable the quantum interdiction feature, I got a crime stat, and law enforcement here killed me. So I could do a couple of, I could do some cargo runs. Oh, that was you, Junkyard, sorry. Oh, and you have your equipment here for mining. Do you want to go mining or something? We could, I don't know if I have it. Did I buy it? Let's check what I have. I think I did buy it. If my interface shows up. You said purchase a light science reliance send for now, and the last role I'm missing is reporting, and the only ship that allows that is another reliant, the Mako. I don't want to reliant ships, so I guess my question is, what are the chances that they release new agricultural reporting ships in the near future? I don't think that's a. The thing is, those are gameplay mechanics that are not. I don't think they're even close to be on the roadmap. So developing more ships with those roles, I don't think is something they are going to. Maybe they could be working in the background, but they are not going to put them on the main pipeline of production. I don't think so. So you could be patient, and then when they come out in concept, get them at the lowest price they will ever be, because in concept it's the lowest price you will ever get. And that's it. Yeah, I don't think those are going to, you're going to get options. You want to fill every role they have announced? I would say wait until they give more options, because those are very, and that's why I thought this, and my equipment screen is bugged, and that is why I thought that the Mantis was going to be at least a little more expensive. I was pitching for 220 I said, just because of the uniqueness of its capability for interdiction player wise. NPCs are able to interdict, but players now can interdict, even though that is not the only ship with interdiction in its definition. So I would say wait. I think you are going to be able to fill those roles, and I think you're going to be able to fill those roles with ships that are less expensive than the Endeavor, for example. I do not like the Reliance ships. They have never caught my attention. I do not like them. And it is a physical thing, okay? I do not like the Reliance. I am not a fan of the Origins, the Origin ships, because I do think that they are like the iPhone of Star Citizen, but I can see their appeal. Some people will be drawn, and there are a lot of people who really like Origin ships. The only ship from Origin that I really like, I told you, the 85X, I think is a sweet ship. If you have a Star Citizen spouse, that would be the ship to go out and do some traveling. Junkyard. Small is the Zen, Endeavor is the large. The Zen is for science, right? Yeah. CIG plans to release 3 versions of each type of gameplay, small, medium, and large. Yeah, I think that is going to happen, definitely. You have CC remorse for CCing from my cutlass to a max. You can always get your cutlass back, but the max. Do you want to drive? I could go with you. Are you going to do some mining or something? Or do you want to go on my junkyard? I liked the Miss. I was playing with TV Liquid the other night. Not on my stream, on his stream. And he was flying a freelancer Miss in Arena Commander. And that ship is interesting. I really liked it. I wasn't a fan of the freelancers. But, you want to go and find fruit? Okay, let's go on the... Let's use something... the Aurora. Let's go on the freelancer. He's an all-around. Can you hear me, Junkyard? It's really hard to find. Where would you look? Where would you go and look for it? Wait, can you zoom in on Junkyard a little bit? Yeah.
Hello, test.
I can hear you. Can you hear me from the voice over IP?
Yeah, I've got you.
Nice, so it's working. It is interesting that the mapping is on the plus, the numpad plus keyboard. They should enable the left alt for this, which is almost universal.
You should be able to set it to whatever, right?
Yeah, you should be able
Let me check the left alt. Options.
to. How are you guys
Events.
doing? Yo, man.
Doing fine, doing fine. Good to see you. Let's go for some fruit.
Doing all right. How's it going?
Let's
Can we
see,
stop
one,
and pick up the cyclone? Do a little fruit hunting on the ground?
Sure. Where can we? On the front of Hurston.
We have to go to Opera. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Yeah, we can just fly to Opera, then we can just take the vehicle out.
Yeah, we can get the Thornbrill at the moon, right?
Yep.
Opera is here at Hurston?
Right, exactly, because the fruit only grows here.
Okay, you will be the pilot. I don't remember
just short
the
down.
hangar. Yeah.
Okay. It should say.
It doesn't say. It says Hurston.
Oh, boy.
I think it's 6.
Okay.
And do you want me to zoom on Junkyard? Where did you go? Oh, you're here. I hate it when that the yellow from the torso doesn't really match with arms and legs. Oh, I see. Well, it is because Junkyard, you did get a yellow undersuit, right?
Yep.
This is not my ship. Unless they change the freelancer design.
Good enough, though.
I don't know where we are at. Let's say 5. Are we getting closer? No. Let's try 4. No, we're getting farther away. Not here. This is the one. When you say you tried the other day and nothing, what do you mean? Getting fruits? Because I think it was Astropop who was mentioning that they are really far apart. And Peter, do you get any vehicle? Bike or 4-wheel? Let's get going here.
We've got us called. We're good to go.
That's the guy that.
Car comes with an Orsa rover and chain is on an anvil Orsa. Yes, I was so pissed when they said that, because we were under the impression, and when I say we, car owners were under the impression that we were going to get a custom rover for that. I agree with you. And no, it's just an Orsa, a normal Orsa. I do not have it because I do not have the Karak right now in my hangar, as you know. But yeah, you have an Orsa rover. You're right. You could have understood in the case of Constellation Andromeda Aquila, but come on, they give us an Anvil Pisces, but not a rover. Completely agree with you. Okay, should I get out of Atmo or can I jump to Operate? A recorder would have been nice. I agree with you. The Orsa should have a rework, Junkyard. You can drive over your toes. Yeah. I remember my first streams when, and you have been here from the start, Junkyard, when people lent me their vehicles and ships. And the Orsa rover has always been a pain. Remember when Daymar was filled with rocks? Daymar or Yela? Daymar. It was terrible. You could not use an Orsa rover there. Then the Thornblue Cyclone came, and that was another story. A little better, but then the wheels would get destroyed easily. So yeah, lots of story. I got a Tumblr Ranger TR. I like that bike. Oh, you got one of the bikes. Those are cool. I don't have one of those, but yeah, I would like to have those. For role playing, that they should be really cool, right? And maybe some caves, which are going to get even bigger, supposedly. If we can go, if we get bigger caves, which will let you go in with vehicles like one of those, it would be nice. Hey, there's Junkyard. What happens with this? Okay, let's see. Opa Ray. this one. There you go. Set. I'm too close to the ground. Let's do a little more altitude here, or we crash. We have to get out of ammo? Okay, let's give it. Let's sponge it. And Peter, what did I do? How many commands do you have programmed in voice attack? Approximately. Would you say I'm dressed for fruit picking? Why is it that when is CIG going to simply let me toggle that chat on and off and not reset the setting? Whenever I go into the movie glass and you come back, sometimes, no, not movie glass, third person view. Okay, it didn't happen this time. Okay, I did move. Oh, but it didn't move here. There we go. I think we're safe again. Yes. Let's do a print screen here, just because it looks cool with the rising sun in the background. Maybe you consider piracy a form of fruit picking. Well, you have to choose your pickings when you're a pirate, so kind of, maybe. And don't worry about it, you can't stall with this new hovering thingy. Yes, I have done several mistakes tonight that in 3.6 would have been fatal, and you know it. Peter, I think it is not going to stay like this. I think I did mention it last time. I do not agree with the decision of simply taking it out, but I'm pretty sure that we don't know all the reasons about why they did it, why they took out hover mode and the flight system. My theory initially was that they caved in to popular uproar about it. There were things about it that I didn't like, several of them, but I was talking with a couple of people, and there's someone on Skynet, the Spanish-speaking group. One of the guys, he's really into Sims. And he has been involved with the project since the start. And he knows, he even met Chris Roberts and Sandy Gardner, and he has traveled and he has played Arena Commander from the 1.x versions. And he was telling me something that his name is Órbita Prohibida, and you should check out all the streamers in Skynet, even if you don't speak Spanish, because they do create a lot of good content that you can sometimes, and he speaks English. His name is Órbita Prohibida, Snake Eyes. Órbita Prohibida in YouTube, Snake Eyes when he goes into our streams for the podcast. He was saying that his theory is that there is something else with the new flight system, that they just decided to take it out and rework. It is going to come back. They might call it something different, but he doesn't think that TIG simply caved into people's raging in Reddit or the forums, because that has happened before with many other subjects, and they have simply kept on going the way they have their plans on. So, and it makes sense because I have seen that. So we'll see. Right now, it went back to how it was before 3.6, Peter. So yeah, it's very arcadey. It has its benefits because it makes it easier for some stuff. But yeah, I liked that the previous version we had forced you to learn how to handle your ships. And being a pilot takes on meaning, right? With attack commands, I happen to make new ones every day, all in Star Trek fashion, obviously. Okay, another Trekkie, that's good to know. I wouldn't have them any other way. Good. Let's see how we're going. Okay, one more print screen. And there we go. We are at 86,000. We're almost out of ammo. Younger, a little more. Yeah. We were at 25 degrees. That is just too shallow. Let's do 45. Let's do 50. We are high enough. But I am already at. Oh, I'm at 49% fuel. Wow. That worries me. The squeaky wheel gets degrees, so people cried enough to make them undo the FM and draw it back to 3.5-ish. Yeah, I don't know. That was my theory. But talking with Snake Eyes, I think there's something else going on there. Let's try to jump. Hopefully we will not crash onto the planet. That makes me feel hopeful for the future regarding the flight mechanics. Yeah, President Freeman, I'm kind of hopeful. I think we are in an intermediate state about this subject, you know? And I hope whatever they are trying to fix or avoid is done, and that what Snake Eyes theory, how Snake Eyes theory was explained is the truth, but he has reasons to know. So I'm gonna trust his hunch, let's say. Because the roles are many, so merchants are not fighters. Except, yeah. I totally agree with that. I think even though everybody is going to at least own a ship or a vehicle, I think many people are not really interested in playing as a pilot. Mainly. And there are so many people who are really good at it that it should make for a good economy and interaction. Junkyard, I'm worried about fuel. I wasted a lot of fuel getting out of Atmo apparently. It's either that or I have already used this freelancer and it was not filled with fuel, and now I know that I only have 48%. It should be enough to go back and sell fruits if we find fruit, but refueling has been glitchy lately. I haven't been able to refuel the last maybe 4 or 5 times I have tried. I don't remember the last time I was able to refuel. I usually have to claim. Not a big deal, we'll use a cyclone on the ground. Okay. Okay, we should change this. I had the issue with refueling as well, yeah, and I have seen people, Citizen Tech was streaming earlier, for example, and he had a big problem with that. Guess what, Young Yerk? We're going uncoupled! Just the way you like it.
Yeah, you like that dangerous flight mode.
Okay, I am not going towards Delamar. Okay, where is it? Okay, maybe if I use the marker. Ita. Okay, where is Opare? Citizen, hasta mañana. Que descanses, amigo. Pensé que no andabas por ahí, hombre. Yo pensé que ya te habías dormido después de los mates y todo. Lord, where is Opare? Justo tenerte por acá, muchas gracias por el raid, Ajá, there it is. Not the smoothest, but it worked.
That was one way of landing.
You shot down the ship, right? It was you, Young Jared.
Turn anything off. Turn my side off. I guess it turned the whole ship off, though. That's weird.
Yeah, but it's good to see that you did it. I didn't touch anything, but the co-pilot was able to do it. Junkyard is listening to me from the stream, but at least we tested that the voice over IP is working on my side. That is good. That is something that has that started working for me in 3.7. Oh, shit. I don't even have a weapon. Really? And I cannot see my equipment. From the last time I played, I think I lost everything. And I cannot check it out. Oh, and I have a question for you guys. Is it me or the private hangars in general are not working anymore? I haven't gone into a hangar for months, so I will try it out. And maybe get back to you on the next one, but I haven't used the hangars for a while. I haven't even been able to inspect that Cutlass Red Medical I bugged and it says hangar ready. I think they let you go into a free model of that one. Yeah, interesting. So you got the Cutlass Red. Did you consider the... the medivac, you get it? Did you get the vehicle? Should I try to get one?
Yep.
I don't see it. Is it there?
It's right here.
Yeah, I cannot see it. Let's get another one. Let's see if I can see mine. Oh, there are plants inside. See, I should be able to get that ship and take it with me. The dragonfly. Let's get the cyclone. Maybe. Yeah. No, I believe it's a server issue. You might want to relog and check if your inventory is back, but I doubt it. Yeah, look, not the Apollo, no. Check this out. There is the ambulance, the Karak has a medical bay. Yeah, that's one of the things I love about the Karak. It has a lot of things. It's gonna have it. It should even have drones. Oh, now I can see it, Junkyard. Okay, this is the reconnaissance variant of the Cyclone, the RN. So it might be something that I... Okay, this is my latest, the latest fab in the universe. In Stanton, this is the new way to use a Thornbill Ranger. Thornbill reconnaissance Cyclone. But can I start the engines from here? Okay, let's try with R.
Tumbrel Land Systems. System. Thank you. Please visit again.
It's going to be a little difficult to see where Junkyard is. Okay, he's over there. Being nighttime and all. Oh. I can't see Younger. Where is he? Okay, 159 meters that way. I cannot use first person view easily because it is bugged. So we'll have to do our best. He's here, he's here. Ooh. There he is. Okay, I'll follow you, Younger. As long as you're... God, these are fast. I haven't driven one of these in a while. And I'll trust your guidance because I don't know if you see me glitched, but I am right on the side of the cyclone. Can you see that? Or do you see me sitting normally? You don't see anything wrong with that if I don't? Yeah, it's different. Original. Open your chat and go into your party chat and enable voice. Open your chat and go into your party chat and enable voice. In the game? What I can do is I can change it.
Can you hear me?
I will. Yeah. I will change it to so I don't have to press to talk because the key is too far away from my aim. So let's try that. Let's do this and let's go to options here and let's do enable voice activated and see if it works. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Younger? Oh, left bracket.
Hello?
Can you hear me? It doesn't seem like he's being able to. But can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can hear you on stream.
Okay, let me see if I can enable the in-game. We are on a direct message. It is enabled, but you're not listening to me. I press plus, then you can you hear me now? Younger?
No, not yet.
If I press plus, can you hear me now? Or now? Now, this is different. I can see your screen. Can you hear me? Or now? Connect to audio channel. Can you hear me? Hello? Nothing? It is not working. I don't think it's the volume. Threshold, minus 18.
I wouldn't worry about it. I can hear you in stream, so it's okay.
Yeah, but I like this. I like how it sounds when you're talking. It's like a lo-fi connection, right? Really cool. Okay, where are we going? Where are you? Oh, I see you.
We need to go about 9,000 meters out from this position, straight ahead, and look in that area.
Creating a custom channel? Peter Ryder says that this might have a limited range, that creating a custom channel might work. Wow. We'll see if these wheels last long enough to go and turn back. At least we have 2 of these, so there was a time when we did a lot of runs on Daymar with these cyclones, even when Daymar was still filled with rocks everywhere, and it was almost impossible to... It was really difficult, not impossible, but really difficult to traverse the terrain. 9 kilometers is going to take a while. You need to be sure, man, sure. We wouldn't want any accidents. Ow! Sorry, young York. I think young York is using his custom maps to reach some kind of plantation. Oh, wheels, wheels. Ow. My... Wait, John, I'm not sure where you are. Let's see. He should be... Okay, he's right ahead. Okay. Good correction there. But I can't see the rocks. Well, I do see them, but it's usually too late. I'm here. Thank you for waiting. What's your take with this Earth-like vegetation? Would it be better to implement some sort of alien vegetation instead? Ow. It looks like we're in Africa. Be careful not to kill that gazelle over there. Well, I guess it is easier for the development, for the design team, really. Not the development team, but the design. Okay, I lost him. Wait, wait. My impression on that is I think that it will be easier for the design team to do vegetation that is similar to assets that they already have. Some of those are from the tools they use, I guess. So alien vegetation might be like a second step, but I do believe it must be coming because, yeah, this is a space game. But what in that respect, and it is something that definitely needs to happen. And we're looking for fruits in nighttime, junkyard. It's not easy. But for example, if you would compare to another game that has that kind of thing, alien vegetation, which one would you? It doesn't have to be a specific. It doesn't have to be a similar game to this, but with the alien subject and alien vegetation, what would you expect to see? Like, what game have you seen that you would say, okay, this game got alien vegetation right? Star Citizen should try to not copy but take notes from that one. Which one would you say? Ow. don't even know how it looks. I have never gone on an agricultural scouting trip. Mass Effect Andromeda. Okay. So what would you expect? Different coloring, maybe? There is a... I think it was at the beginning of this year, one of the video shows, they... I think they were talking about Microtech, which is supposedly coming soon, right? The other planet that is missing from... really? That is missing from... from Stanton. Let's see. They showed these plants that were supposedly hybrids. It wasn't clear hybrids of what. It seemed... Okay, let's use our lighting both ways, so it might be easier to find if you're looking here. They were showing. They were showing.
Like a house plant with waxy leaves. Big, broad,
Okay.
waxy leaves.
Okay. They were hybrids of Bandul. I don't know if you can call it DNA, but genetics. And the thing that surprised many, including me, was that they were not the size that they initially seemed like they were. They are giant plants, and they are kind of different. I will try to, if you haven't seen it, I will try to look for it, and on the next stream I will have the link, that link for you. Is it easier to look in third person or first person? You really should have taken your time and read those papers on thermionic transconductance. Yeah, I suppose I got... I'm late on my reading. Look, I hope they're placeholders, because even in terms of quality, given the overall quality of this game, these are old school billboards. Yeah, I think they use technology. They licensed... Okay, it froze. I think they licensed a technology that is called tree something. And they are using assets from it. I don't know how much flexibility that gives to developers. Something like this, right? No. But I'm guessing they are using that. It enables them to create trees easily. And they are trying to speed up many things. They might not want to get into that rabbit hole of creating custom vegetation right now, but I'm pretty sure they will. Anyway, this is one of the... This system is a rarity. This is not a normal, what we'll usually find in Star Citizen systems. This system has what, like 5 planets? Hurston, Microtech, Arcorp, Crusader. Which one am I missing? And all of them will have... Is it something like this? No, I don't think so. and all of them will have structures inside. These plants are supposed to have a lot of more polygons and use heavy LOD management. What? Speed? Yeah, I think they use speed tree. Yeah, speed tree is not really about small plants and grass, but I like I said, oh, these are just placeholders. Okay. They're of course procedurally generated. The leaves are green and waxy looking and rounded. Yeah, they use speed tree. Exactly. But yeah, this system is not going to be the norm. Many systems, if you go into star map, I suppose you have already done that, but if you go into star map, you will see that there are lots of systems with maybe just one planet or two planets. And the ones that have more planets, those planets are not, most of them are dead, for example. So they might go into customizing those a little more and making them less Earth-like. Terra is going to be different. For example, that is a super Earth, I believe. So that's really not going. You're really not going to like that one because that is a super Earth. But many other systems will be less populated. Okay, junkyard is over there. Wow. Something happened to my music. Let's see. So quiet. Let's reopen Pretzel and see if it works now. Speedtree is also quite outdated. Nearly everything comes out of photogrammetry these days. Last time I inspected a Speedtree package, I noticed their assets were in fact a combo of procedural generation and photogrammetry. Okay. So I'm guessing you are into development, Peter. Let's try to change channels here and see if I can. Can you hear me in game? Oh, now it's working. It is registering my voice on the left. This is not how it looks. Looking at searching for fruits during nighttime is definitely not going to be an easy task. We need like a ship hovering over us with their lights on. Yeah, I changed to the party voice channel. The direct message one wasn't working for some reason. And how much do they pay for these fruits, Junkyard? Have you found any? About 16 years now, 3D artist. Is it going to filter my message if I post a link to my profile? Should you? No, yeah, post it. I would like to see it. I think, I'm not sure, but let's do this. Just to make sure. Something, I think I disabled blocks. I'm going to do a permit just in case. 16 AUC, really? Art station. I'm gonna bookmark it. Get it here. There you go. Oh, nice. I like the sculpted armor. Nice. I will check it out. I will check it out. Very nice. Very nice. I think I have an account in our station. I will have to look for it. But I have it bookmarked. I check for it, Peter. I don't work much, but it's the challenge rather than the value. After all, you and I hold the trophy of first ever space miner since Star System. We led the way in mining. Yes! Yes, Junkyard. That is true. Sorry. Change scenes there. We did mine in space first than anybody else. It's on YouTube, Junkyard. I did upload those clips and gave you credits, even though I tried to link to anything and you do not exist except for in Twitch. I couldn't link a Twitter account or a YouTube account. But yeah, I gave you credit. That was fun. That was what? 3.2? 3.3? 3.2, I believe. No, it's not. I always want to harvest that, and that is not the fruit. How far am I? Okay, less than a kilometer from the cyclone. That's good. And where's Junkyard? 2 kilometers away from me. And Junkyard, are they usually like really close to something in open spaces? Any clues? Like they like to grow close to rocks? Now I remember. I think it was last week's show that they were mentioning. It was a developer mentioning that yes, there were harvestables, but they were so far apart that it was really difficult to find them. Okay. And this is a I don't know if you have seen this, Peter. This is a clue. I did participate in an on-foot race at Daymar. Daymar, no, it was Yela, I believe, because that one has atmosphere, oxygen in the atmosphere. Ah no, that Yela has it, and that race you needed to use oxygen, so it was Daymar. If you leave your marker and you want to simply walk in the opposite direction, the marker can help you. I have the cyclone and I have the freelancer, so I have two of those. But basically, this should be the cyclone and this should be the freelancer. So if I walk this way, you can see the marker right up, and that would mean that right now I'm moving straight away from the freelancer if I have it right up there, and here I am moving right straight away from the Tom Brew. It kind of helps to, if you want to keep a very specific direction and keep your ship right behind you. That was something we had to use because you cannot see landmarks on your visor here, and you cannot even see them with initially in the first iterations of 3, that would be 3.0 till 3.2 maybe. When you were inside a cyclone, for example, you could when you were on the seat of the vehicle, you could see the stations. For example, Opera, you could see it. You could see it marked on your HUD, which should work. I don't know why it doesn't work that way anymore. Now, if you're on foot or on a vehicle, you cannot see that. One way to do it is like right now, for example. We have the cyclone, and we will be able to go back to Opera if my freelancer doesn't despawn or someone doesn't destroy it. We should just be able to go for the freelancer and we will get to Opera. But if for some reason the freelancer disappears, it won't be easy to go back to Opera. So the freelancer is the beacon. There should be a compass on planetary bodies. It has been taught. I don't even go into Reddit. I do not like Reddit much. And Spectrum, if you ask me, is even worse. But it has been... that's a subject. Yeah. Apparently, from what I see from the developers and the way they have been creating worlds, it is not as easy as it seems. I'm into tech, but I'm more an infrastructure guy. I'm not a developer or a designer, so I'm not going to go deep into that. But yeah, it has been mentioned. There was some... I felt at the start, when those conversations rose up, I could feel like it wasn't even planned to do something like that. Like, it made no sense because this was a space game, but it stopped being just a space game a long while ago. With all the planetary gameplay that we have now, that's a big part of what this game is. KP, welcome to the stream. Make sure to follow Mr. Concerned Penguins. At least my body's still doing the shoutouts, the auto shoutouts. Good to have you here, my friend. How's your day? How was your day? How was your day? Yeah, it's late. It's late night, as usual with the night crew. I'm looking for fruit with Junkyard right now. And I can't find any. Bouncing through? You saw me online? Yeah, I know it's a rarity. I was talking with Peter about that. It's like a comet. Watch it! Yeah. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I have been in a couple of streams. Yesterday I was going to stream last night. but I was really tired, so I decided to just stop by a couple of streams I was at. Guys, I stopped at Hankins. That was the first time I was able to get to Hankins' channel, so I stayed there for the most part. I did a little Buster. Had her in the background. Oh, come on. How does harvestables look like? Are these harvestables? They should be. This looks like fruit. Are these not the harvestables? Anybody knows? All the incident response got like 6 hours before I am jumping back into another 16. Wow. Long runs there. Okay, well, remember when I said I needed to pee 35 minutes ago? You're going now? Oh man, come on. Definitely. That's not healthy. Go, go. Wow, KP, that sounds hard. Junkyard, I don't know if you're watching my stream. These are not the harvestables, right? They should be. They look like fruit. This is the closest thing resembling a fruit I have seen on this planet. They are on what looks like a normal houseplant. What is a normal houseplant? Like a Venus flytrap? Okay, this is like a lemon tree. Is that a normal houseplant? Do they have any color? Not green? Oh, this is like the ones you see in pots on the house just green with lines in the leaves. Okay. So long leaves, not like tiny ones. Thin at the base, broad at the end. We need space monsters. And KP, I have no weapons. I haven't been able to even check my inventory in this session. This server might be dying. Oh, and I cannot get into the movie glass now. There is some variety. Okay, I'm gonna check that image. Definitely. Okay guys, this is what we're looking for. Okay. Okay, got it. At least now I have a reference. How many hours do you sleep, KP? I'm guessing not many. Need to be careful. Who's going on the show tomorrow, KP? Do you know? I'm guessing you are not. With these fruits being so rare, do you think it is fair that they are only paying 16 AUEC Junkyard? I was watching Citizen Tech earlier today, and he was precisely criticizing that, yes, this is not the final game, but there are certain decisions about the current economy for players. I mean, do not let people exploit the system, but incentivize them to use your different game mechanics, which for the most part are just a couple of those that are promised, and many are not even in game, so they have an incentive to go and do it. Or picking fruit for 16 AUC, that's not right. That's not okay. Not okay. Because when something is rare, it should be valuable. It doesn't matter if it's a fruit. I'm pretty sure that a mango in Siberia is not the same price as a mango in Panama. Or moringa, Junkyard, for what it's worth. Okay, Junkyard, let's do this. Whoever finds fruit first. A cantaloupe in the US is like $2 to $3. They sell them in Japan, China for like 20k? Really? Wow. We should get into that market, Junkyard. That sounds pretty good. I do have a good number of Chinese friends, so we might have an opening there. So let's do this, Junkyard. The one who finds the fruit, the 16 AUEC fruit first, the other one creates a transport beacon for 8,000 AUEC. So if I find the fruit, then you create a transport beacon. I fulfill it for 1000 AUEC. If you find the fruit, then I create the beacon. So hey, what's your take on Star Trek Discovery? Too much drama and tears for me, but all in all, decent. But when you say that, Peter, are you comparing it to previous Star Treks, or in general, or your taste on programming, on shows, on TV shows, on movies, on, you know? What would you say? Because you're a Trekkie, you have watched other series. Are you saying like, okay, I find it more drama than Next Generation and Deep Space and the original Star Trek and all the other spin-offs? Or are you saying like, I usually do not watch that kind of series and movies where they go into the more dramatic side of things, comparing it to previous ones, but also in general? Okay. I am not into... I can watch... I mean, talking about genres, different genres. I do not like gore. I can watch it, but I do not like it. I can watch horror movies, but I am not really like a fan. Like, I am trying to watch every movie that comes out from Paranormal Activity and The Nun and whatever. I can watch them, but it's not my cup of tea, you could say. I can watch drama more than those two others, but it is not my main thing also. I can watch a drama from time to time, and especially they can be used as conversation, you know, conversation starters, or simply for analyzing with people who you know watch it with you, or who know watch them. I think it's an interesting take on the Klingons and their culture. They showed a little more of that. And they need to create series that are not exactly as they were before to appeal to new generations. Pun intended there. So I think they have done it pretty well. I kind of like it. I think something crashed over here. My Discord is having trouble. I'm gonna have to close it, preferably, because it seems to want to crash. As you might know, what distinguishes Star Trek series from any other sci-fi series, Star Trek stood for a principle that society is united and works together in the future, dedicating their lives towards the pursuit of scientific discoveries and the betterment of humanity. And yes, and one of the things that I always liked about the Star Trek series is, it's not the same thing, but I'm going to kind of compare it. Just so talking about, you know, pop culture and what we're fans of. I have been a fan for many years of Marvel, but I used to consume Marvel through X-Men comics, and by comics I mean comic books, right? And one of the things I loved about from all the other stories which I kind of read from time to time from the Marvel universe, the thing that made me stick with the X-Men stories, and sometimes I had to read other books or comic books because they did crossovers, is that the X-Men were a group that they were heroes, yes, but they were not liked by the general public, and they, for the most part, worked in secrecy or obscurity because people kind of feared them, as opposed to the Avengers, for example. The Avengers, for the most part, in comics at least, were seen as real heroes. People like them. People love them. They are the Justice League of the Marvel universe. So one of the things I liked about the X-Men was, and I'm going to come back to Star Trek, is that they dared to touch so many subjects with the stories of the X-Men that made them profound. The villains, yeah, they were villains, but they had a backstory that you could understand where they were coming from. I think the X-Men stories were ahead of their time, and they touched on subjects like it would not be racism, but see, Discovery felt more like a series of fast, non-stop action-packed scenes that make no sense, and love stories, triangles, tears for every 10 minutes. Stop thinking, don't you know that means I'm gonna die? Discrimination is the word I was trying to find. There were many stories that talked about that, and how they, for being mutants, were discriminated, and that goes for the X-Men, who were the good mutants, and for the rest, who were not necessarily good, but not one side or the other, or those who were villains. They were definitely discriminated by the human race, and they were feared also in many ways. So in Discovery, in Star Trek in general, one of the things that I really like is that the stories in Star Trek, even though it is a science fiction series, is the kind of they dare to tell the kind of stories in many of their episodes, not every episode, but many of their episodes. They dare to tell the stories and touch subjects that might be controversial even for society at the time, and that happened with the initial series a lot. If you ask me, I don't know if you have watched it, but the true successor to Star Trek, if you ask me, is The Orville, not necessarily Discovery. Discovery has exactly what you're saying there. It's a series of fast, non-stop action-packed scenes, and I can enjoy that. I like that. But yes, I agree with you. It is not core Star Trek. And they focus a lot on conflict. And that is not it has always been there in Star Trek, but Star Trek is usually focused onto trying to portray a humankind as an evolved species, still struggling with some subjects, but still having gone through many wars and economic disasters, and learning a lot from those mistakes and moving forward, right, to the next series of problems. It's like when you compare third world problems with first world problems, kind of like that. But if you have watched The Orville, I don't know if you have, call me old-fashioned, my favorite still is Star Trek TOS, and if you feel the same way, you must go to YouTube and watch the totally free 10 episodes of Star Trek Continues. I haven't watched that. No, I haven't. If I can Google it, but maybe by the end of the stream I will forget and don't even remember that it's called Star Trek Continues. You should join my Discord. It would be easier, but still, do a post a link. I think it will not block you. If it blocks you, I will unblock you. The original series, yes, and especially because, and it did happen in the Next Generation, but in the original series, there is a lot of social content. They risked a lot of stuff, including the casting. Yeah, I'm too far away. I'm not going to keep walking this way. I'm going to start walking back. Maybe if I go in a straight line, because I know I have been zigzagging, I might find something. They had an Oriental officer, they had a black officer. It was just from a race perspective, human, racial perspective, ahead of his time. Those were... That was in the 21st century, and we still have some of that, but it was different. Okay, let me click it so I can bookmark it and check it out. Thank you for introducing me to that, Peter. I haven't watched that, but have you watched The Orville, the TV series? It was a CW series, NBC or something. I don't remember. I am going to YouTube so I can subscribe, and with that subscription I should be able to check it out. Perfect. But now it's going to Hulu for the third, I think it's the third season. If you can watch it, it is a comedy. Okay? That is like how they pitch the series. So you will find it is not Star Trek exactly, but many of the things that I like about the Star Trek series are right there in the Orville, but with more comedy. There is comedy. It is disguised as a comedy, but it is an interesting series. Interesting characters, subjects that you might agree or might not agree at some point in time, but it is when an episode finishes, you can sit down and discuss about it, and not just about the special effects or the ship fight that at the end, or the cliffhanger at the end of the episode. No. There's always something happening there. It's really good. Yeah, Seth is he's a fan. He's a Trekkie, and I like his take on the subject, because and I can understand it. He went into the comedy version of Star Trek, but I like that he dares to portray different aspects of society and not just in the interaction between humans, but of what happens when you have to when you have to simply stay for long periods of time around, in this case, aliens, but there are many parallels in that conversation that you could draw into the real world. Contrast Black coming to Opera. Okay, so does that mean we are not going to have a freelancer to land on? Where are you? Where did you see that? One of those early episodes of the artificial soundtrack that was in fact very close to the main theme in Star Trek the Motion Picture. I have in Blu-ray, I believe all the movies, all the Star Trek movies. Original cast, new cast, the new Star Trek ones. I'm no longer buying Blu-rays, but I was buying Blu-rays up until a couple of years ago, just for movies that I really, or series that I really liked and wanted to port. Really, right now, digital is what really makes sense in a way. Remember, they were inside a huge spaceship biodome with its own artificial landscape. Yeah. Have you found anything, Younghurt? And how do you know there was a cutlass going? Did you see it? At least we have a little more light now. And I cannot say that, okay, if they destroy our ship, we are going to go back in the tumbrils, in the cyclones, and get some payback, because I don't even have a weapon. I have a hand weapon apparently, but yeah, I have the hand weapon, but I do not have a main weapon. Right now it would be really nice if a Deb would appear and told us, come guys, I'll get you to a harvestable node. Okay, it showed on the cyclone. You're also a big Firefly fan. Shame they never made it to season 2. Yeah, many people. You're not alone on that one. You're not alone on that one. I didn't watch Firefly when it was aired. I watched it on reruns, and it was a good series. So I missed for the most part, the drama around the series not being renewed. But yeah, it's a cult series now. I liked Farscape. I was a Farscape fan. And it kind of suffered of the same situation. These series are expensive to do, and yeah, people might like it. It might be viable, but if the investors are not going to get the margins, the profit margin they think is worth the investment, It's gone. And it's interesting because I think that might be that might be part of why Seth went for Hulu. Every day we get more people cutting the cord and getting into this kind of the thing is there are so many that you have to be subscribed to Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, Crackle, whatever you want to watch, and soon enough you're subscribed to like 5-6 different services. But that's the way of the future, or the present really. Current generations do not watch much TV really. TV, classic TV with ads, they find really cumbersome, for example the YouTube ads. And I'm glad that Twitch kind of changed the way their ads are working now, and they are not going to occupy the whole screen and block the stream, but do like a picture-in-picture, as people definitely do not appreciate it. Firefly was really good, but yeah, it had a short life. Did you destroy the Cutlass junkyard? Can you imagine if now that I am 128 meters away from my cyclone, that now I find a plant with harvestables somewhere around here? Can you imagine if that happens? After an hour or more of wandering around. It doesn't look like, but you know how it is. Okay, and apparently, yeah, you don't have to worry about oxygen here. This is Hurston. Is right beside the Lancer. I could try to destroy it with my multi-tool. Let's see what happens if I... Is it fixed? It is not. Oh yeah, I got in. And now it is not bugged. I need this print screen with no lights. Maybe a little angle here. There. You have to take those opportunities. I'm kind of going your way, or trying to. There are more rocks here than I expected. Incredibly enough, I haven't been on the cyclone for a good while, so most of Hurston and the moons around Hurston I haven't explored much. with a cyclone or surface exploration, whatever, cyclone ships or the dragonfly, which I also have. Sorry. Well, they went from 10% to full burn with Serenity, and that was it. Was died. Shepherd Book died. Yeah, it's almost what like they did like a movie called the Peacekeeper Wars or something like that for Farscape, so that they could try to give it a proper ending, kind of. But yeah, they did something similar with Farscape, and it showed. It didn't do justice to the series in both cases. It's sad. You could tell season 2, 3, and 4 were in that 2 hours movie. Yeah. We can head back for something else whenever you want. Yeah, no, it's interesting, Younger, because this is something I haven't been doing. Oh, but maybe now that we have daylight with the cyclones, we might find fruit easier. Maybe if they gave us hints like insects, glowing insects around the fruit. Huh? Something, give us something. Did you find any junkyard? You didn't, right? Okay, junkyard is right a little to the right of that sun. Not a thing. Are you sure there are fruits here? Maybe if we try Arthur. Just kidding, just kidding. Try to catch up to Junkyard. If we can. Reunite. Jay Valin, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. How are you tonight? We're doing some runs here around Hurston. We were looking for harvestables. Tell me if you speak Spanish. Si hablas español me dices, porque sé que vienen de la comunidad de habla hispana también. If you speak English, welcome to the stream. You speak Spanish, bienvenido al directo. If you want to lurk, be my guest. I do appreciate lurkers. I'm trying to reunite right now with my friend Junkyard, but he's going full speed and I'm trying to avoid rocks over. Ow! There was a rock. And that is a tree? I don't know how I still have 4 wheels. Amazingly. But definitely finding harvestables is easier said than done. Okay, an opening, that's good. Very good. Speak English, but point lurk mode, this is relaxing show for my friend. Thank you for following. Thank you very much. And as I was saying, Peter, you see the terrain, although I am playing at medium right now, medium graphics, But you see the effects, the terrain, the detail. They have lowered, CIE have lowered the detail, even though this game is still visually impressive, because it is. Except for the plants in this planet which you don't like, but in general you can say that there's a lot of interesting views and surfaces and ships, but they have lowered the detail from initial 3.0 to where we are at, which is 3.71. I would say that started, or at least I started noticing it in 3.5, 3.6 definitely, maybe 3.5. Oh. Need to go through here. And then a little to the right, and let's check where Junkyard is. Yeah, I'm catching up. Rocks everywhere. Really? I never saw that one. This is not. Oh. Nice. Have to be careful with those bushes, because many times right behind that bush there is a rock. Are you looking for the harvestable junkyard? Still? But with daylight now? Oh, one thing that you might not have ever seen. Have you gone to Levski, Peter? Yeah. This planet is at least with daylight, it's impressive. If you have been to Levski, Peter, or anyone in chat, there is a crater, a big crater, right there around the Levski station. Ooh. A streamer called The Few. If you have been watching Twitch, you might have seen him. I recommend checking him out. He's a good guy. He's pretty good. He created an event a couple of months. It was last year, really. And I think he called it Escape the Pit, where when the cyclones came out, they were very popular. They're still popular, but they were all the rage when they came out. And the objective of the competition was everybody would go into cyclones on the inside the crater, which is walls everywhere, right? And you had to get out of that crater with the cyclone. It's easier said than done. If you know what crater I'm talking about, okay, I think he went that way. No, that is. Oh, Junkyard is over here. Ow. That direction. I have a 3-year-old gaming laptop and can still afford to play high-res with a few minor tweaking and lower resolution. Nice. It has held up pretty well. A gaming PC that holds for 3 years, it's difficult to future-proof. Do something like future-proofing a gaming PC, really difficult. But if you can squeeze 3 years or even more out of a PC, that's pretty good. I'm glad. This one is way overdue. but budget has been elsewhere, sadly, so it might be coming soon. There we go, there we go. But yeah, if you have a cyclone, or if maybe at some point in time in a future stream we want to try something out, we could go and try it out. I did get a route that I used to get out of that pit, but it wasn't easy. And in the end, after practice and finding how to do it, I was able to do it in less than a minute. But I can pretty much assure you that it will not be something that you can do first time you try. There he is. And the danger about that is that these vehicles lose wheels, and if you lose a wheel, there's no repairing it. You're done. So in the future, supposedly, this version of the Tumbril, really? But the Tumbril Cyclone will be used to do recon, and that could be prospecting even. You should be able to scan with this ship, with this vehicle, and get, for example, one of the things that are coming in the future is that you should be able to stake claim to terrain, to a land plot, and this vehicle should be able to do that, to go and plant it. They are like stakes. Be able to plant them with this vehicle. That's what has been said. That's one of the jobs that should be able to, that this version should be able to do. But you can even scan with the cyclones and do scanning. Junkyard, can you stop? Oh. Can you scan? Is this the only cyclone that can scan? Because yes, it has the interface. If you're watching the stream, it's the same as it with a ship. You change with tab, and press right click. Let's see. How do you choose next target? Can you do it here? V5. I think I cannot target you. Yeah, I can scan, but it will not show you up there. Mine is the only one with the scanner. Tragante, buenos días. Bienvenido al directo. Bueno verlo por acá. What I meant is that with the right user CFG, you could probably afford to play the game at high res with a lower screen resolution, which in my opinion is way better, since you'll have most of the fancy shaders on. Okay. But then I would have to see how that works with the stream. But yeah, I should check that out. But yeah, there's a scanner on this one, Junkyard. There is one. And that's the main difference, I believe, with the rest. But I do believe I, at some point in time, scanned... Oh, a ship. ¿Cómo está eso por España, Tragante? Cuénteme. ¿Cómo va eso? ¿Se compró una Mantis o una Defender? That hurts. Ahora que ya lleva una semanita o dos de andar por el universo, la Mantis y la Vanu Defender, ¿qué piensas de ella? And here is where we start noticing the reality of Hurston. This planet apparently has been really contaminated by Hurston dynamics. Atmosphere is still breathable, but it is supposedly heavily contaminated. No, ya no compro más nada. Tragante, yo tampoco estoy comprando naves. Yo tengo una Mantis y tengo una Vanu Defender porque quemo cosas para probar y vuelvo y echo para atrás, ¿no? O sea, me la paso quemando, me la paso haciendo melt. Yo no estoy comprando naves nuevas. Así que estamos en la misma. La Defender no está mal. A mí me gusta la Defender. La verdad es que a mí me ha gustado mucho. Me da muy buena esperanza para la Merchantman. Y nada, para que sepas, lo que estamos tratando de hacer es encontrar, supuestamente, las frutitas estas que andan por Hurston que te dan 16 AUC. En eso andamos. Y tenemos como 1 hora y media buscándola y no la encontramos. I was going to tell you something, Peter, and I forgot. I had something, but I wanted to talk a little to Tragante about the latest in the game. I'm going to ask you something. I wasn't going to ask you something. I was going to tell you something. Oh, it was about lore. I personally have to control myself or I could end up bankrupt in 0.5 seconds. Yeah, I can imagine. That happens a lot. And you have already backed a lot the project. So I think what I told you earlier might be good advice. Check things out. You already have a respectable fleet in a short time. So check out keep up with the project, see what happens. But more ships are coming. What I was going to say is, I was going to ask you, now since you have asked me many things, I'm not sure if you have been able to check any of the lore about this and the explanations that have been given to several different things. This is the only system available, and every planet here has a name that corresponds to a company. Stanton is like that. Microtech is a company, Arcor, Hurston, Crusader. So I was asking, did you know that all these planets were sold to those companies by the UEE, which is the United Empire of Earth, something like that? And in lore, do you know why those planets were sold? About the alien races? Yep, I know about that. Samsung's clusters have been sold to private owners. I don't want to crash. I want to be able to try and follow, but there's something called synth world, apparently, that the human race wants to engage with. And basically, because of many things, and the new government seems to want to erase the mistakes of the past regimes. And some of those mistakes had to do with terraforming. Ow. Okay, this plant. You can't do that with this plant. It had to do with terraforming. The synth world would be a completely artificial world, and they have been developing that for, I think, a couple of hundred years by the time the game comes in, supposedly. And part of the reason why they sold, apparently, in lore, is because they need funds, because money does exist in Star Citizen, not like in the United Federation of Planets of Star Trek. Hey, where did he go? Hey! Para encontrar la frutita tienes que ir caminando y cuando la encuentras te mueres. ¿Cómo que cuando la encuentras te mueres? Oh yeah, oh boy, it's Fallout for all over again. Yeah, that's why I like the Outer Worlds. ¿Cómo que cuando la encuentras te mueres, Tragante? Cuéntame. Digo, sería épico. O sea, que no la voy a ver si estoy en el vehículo, no se ve. Y si la agarro, me mata el juego. Tiene un bug. No me di, yo te creo, Tragante, porque yo no he encontrado esta fruta jamás. Estoy siguiendo a John York que me dijo vamos a intentarlo, así que dale. Siempre es bueno tener algo que hacer, ¿no? Pero digo, no me extrañaría, cosas más raras han pasado, ¿eh? serio. Estás mirando la ubicación en la sala de exploración y te la mando. Dale, perfecto. Well, 9:10 a.m. here, so I'm gonna go. Remember, Star Trek continues. Give it a chance. I will watch it. I will definitely watch it, and I'll tell you my impressions. Thank you so much for stopping by, Peter. I hope you have a great day, my friend. Did you find something, Young York? Sadly no. Oh, so sad. See you, Peter. Have a nice day. I thought it might be, but no. Ah, it bugged again. Ahora sí. Au. Which one of us is going to lose a wheel first? That could be another bet. And Young York Dragante says that he's going to send me some coordinates to find maybe for the next run, because it depends on where on the planet it is. We are not really close to civilization here. That looked kind of different, but no. Your line crashed. No das con la información, tiene muchos datos guardados. No te preocupes, Tragante. Yo vinimos aquí sin hacer investigación ni nada, ¿no? Ha sido parte de la aventura. Pero de todas maneras te agradece. Voy a tener que hacer mi investigación antes de venir la próxima vez. Solamente para tener la experiencia. Perdón. para tener la experiencia de hacer los harvesters. You're doing research? Okay. Ow. Junker pareciera que sabe para dónde va, ¿eh? Se ve como seguro. Esto no es bueno para las llantas. Esto no es bueno para las llantas. Ay. No, no, no. Sobreviví. Tal como lo planeé. Imagínate, tan solo imagínate que llegamos aquí siendo de noche y me da la impresión de que ya está atardeciendo. Estaba de noche, amaneció y vamos para el ciclo completo del día de Hurston, ¿no? The dead zone. There's a dead zone. So what do you mean? We're gonna get zombies when it gets to nighttime? I don't know how. No sé cómo todavía tengo llantas, ¿eh? Ay, ay, ay. Un par de print screens. Somehow you have a marker on. Oh! You have a marker on you now, Junkyard. For some strange reason. Are you going back to the freelancer? Oh. When you said the dead zone, what do you mean? I am not really familiar with Hurston. Okay, there's an area here that is like a desert or something. It would have been more interesting if it was a zombie zone, but okay. That other place was just a clay desert. Yeah, there were, we were not going to find anything there, definitely. It was like a desert, exactly. Dice que alrededor de los árboles. ¿Alguna vez has encontrado? ¿Has tenido has venido a buscar esto? Junkyard, Tragante says that maybe around the trees we could find the forbidden fruit. No las pude encontrar tampoco, ¿ah? Me parece que la semana pasada, no me acuerdo, uno de los desarrolladores estaba hablando de eso, de que hay, pero que están tan dispersos. Bueno, la gente no los encuentra, ¿no? Así en estos lugares así tan verdecitos. Debería. No está por ahí. Uy, una roca. Nunca giró. Sí, también escondidas. Y como dice, yo creo que va a ser muy difícil encontrarlas en el vehículo, pero lo que pasa es que no creas, tú te perdiste una buena cantidad del directo antes de entrar a los vehículos nuevamente. Nosotros vinimos en una freelancer, bajamos en Oparrey, agarramos cada uno un Cyclone y nos fuimos una X cantidad de kilómetros fuera de Oparrey y caminamos, lo único que era de noche, por la mayor parte del tiempo. Caminamos aproximadamente como 1 hora y media, 1 hora y 15 probablemente, buscando la fruta. Él en una dirección, yo en otra dirección. Y no la encontramos. Así que decidimos hacer, pues por lo menos el ingreso un poquito... Aun si no la encontramos, por lo menos tenemos más territorio a cubrir y un poco más divertido, más rápido que a pie. Pero sí, no está fácil, ¿eh? No está fácil para nada. Y lo que yo le decía a Yard, este es el tipo de cosas en las que entonces no sé por qué la decisión de que la fruta se venda tan barata se toma. Porque digo, todo es cuestión de, bueno, oferta y demanda, ¿no? Y cualquier bien poco usual o en escasez usualmente tiene un precio alto. No tiene que ser una piedra preciosa o un metal precioso. O un elemento de, qué sé yo, de energía, lo que sea, ¿no? Yo le decía a John Yard que un mango no cuesta lo mismo en Panamá que en Siberia, ¿no? Entonces... mínimo, qué sé yo, te encuentras una fruta de esa y me pagas lo que es una misioncita mínimo, o sea, 3.000, 4.000, por lo menos. Dice que son como 16. Eso no está bien. Antes de seguir, foto. Como lo trae antes, por supuesto. Y que su cafecito. Yo soy un fan del café. Really, Junkyard. Oh, but they auto level now? You don't have to turn it on and off? That's good. Wow. Vamos a caminar un poquito por aquí. Let's check the scenery around here. Bueno, para acá no veo plantas, así que falta. Sí, yo creo que era más fácil conseguir un café tragante definitivamente, ¿eh? Esta planta misteriosa, mira. Ok. Un print screen aquí del área. Un pantano. Vamos a hacerlo para que parezca realidad un pantano. Quita. Ahí, pareciera que me hubiera metido como en un pantano. Ahí. Arena movediza, ¿eh? Sí, así mismo es. Este es para los pantallazos para Twitter. En busca de las plantas misteriosas, de las frutas misteriosas, lo único que encontramos fue arena movediza. A ver, ¿este se comporta igual? No, este sí está sólido. Quisiera me compré la Kraken, no, la Kraken está fuera de mi presupuesto, tragante. No, yo no estoy en ese nivel de backer de Star Citizen. Ahí puedes ver con flota. Creo que con solo escribir flota creo que te muestra lo que tengo ahora mismo. Debería tener una Kraken yo, pero no, lo siento. Tampoco así. Yo siempre lo he dicho. CIG debería honorariamente atribuirle una Kraken a mi cuenta. Tendría sentido, ¿no? Digo, para ver, yo creo que tengo una foto de cómo se ven. Creo que la tengo aquí abierta todavía. Ah, no, ya la cerré. Pero puedo buscarla en las recientes. de cómo se ve la plantita maldita esta que buscamos. A ver. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? Creo que es esta. Esto es lo que buscamos. Como que no un tío como tú que no la tenga. Entonces a mí me tendrían que dar 2 por lo menos. No, pues yo digo por el tema, o sea, es temático, ¿no? Yo creo que Kraken debería tener una nave como esa, una Kraken, ¿no? Esta es la frutita prohibida que estamos buscando y no la encontramos. Sí, así mismo es. Yo sé que tú estás en un nivel de backer distinto del mío. Pero no, ya. Suficientes. Mira, esto debería ser una fruta que yo debería poder agarrar. Y no. Como un cactus o algo así gigante con... Parecía algo como... acá le llamamos marañón, pero... Como si fuera un... no recuerdo el nombre. Bueno, voy a ver si puedo regresar a mi nave. Es hora de volver a casa. Let's try to get there. Nope. Intentemos de nuevo. Dale, dale. Yo tengo yo creo que estoy en el Discord de ustedes todavía, no me acuerdo. ¿Alguna vez estuve en el Discord? Tengo como 1000 servidores. Déjame fijarme. Lo que voy a hacer es que voy a entrar de repente a tu perfil de... Está linkeada en tu perfil de Twitch, ¿verdad? Por si acaso no tengo el servidor. Pero sí, ¿cómo no? Por supuesto. Vamos a ver. Vamos a poner las luces. Ya como que se hizo un poco tarde. La nave está en esa dirección. Au. Yo creo que es la mejor hora para irme porque todavía tengo un poquito de luz. Se hace más difícil a medida que se va poniendo más oscuro. Maximum effort, como dice Deadpool. Au. Sí, en esa dirección general. I'm going in your general direction, Junkyard. Just so you know, but still 2 kilometers away. No, nunca entré en el Discord. Creo que se colgó el cliente. Vamos a ver si regresa. A veces regresa, ¿eh? Creo que no va a regresar. Junkyard? Are you still in the client? My client crashed. Yeah, crashed. Ok. Creo que es hora de todas maneras de hacer el relevo. Vamos a hacerle un pequeño raid acá al señor Henken, que es parte de Night Crew. Junkyard, I suppose you are still there, but you might not be able to talk back because we're not in Discord but in-game chat. Thank you very much for playing with me, my man, but my client just crashed. So I might have to stop because it's almost 3 AM over here. I think I have played enough. Thank you very much for stopping by, everybody. Gracias, Tragante, por pasar por acá y un gusto como siempre tenerte. Vamos a hacerle un pequeño raid a Henken. Digan hola por lo menos al señor. Let's say hi to Mr. Henken from the Night Crew. And see you next time. Nos vemos la próxima vez, Dragante. Por ahí entro a tu perfil para entrar al Discord. Suerte.
Harpoon is TOS. Oh my god, I just got it. Cupcakes, have you seen the share clips? Cracking GR